Hello, everybody. Almost 5 a.m. I went to bed a bit early yesterday. I'm gonna get up early today. I'm gonna start our day. I'm gonna try to hit it big. My friend was playing last night for me while I was trying to sleep. Oh, hopefully we didn't lose too much. Making progress. I haven't had coffee yet. Just started the fire. We're finally hitting cold here in Canada winter. We're probably looking at minus 15, minus 20 today. It's about time. I mean January, man. I've been running around in shorts all winter. Hey. So right now we're trying to get this going. I don't know why. I'm not sure why this is not going. Has it started somewhere? I don't see it. Why is this not? Looks weird. Usually my thing's right there. Is this broken too? Too early for it? Right? It did kind of bug. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna check them up fire. It started. Nothing like starting your game with a good big fat offer. An extra chance to get awesome goodie. An extra chance. Only $4. Awesome, we didn't reach maximum. My friend played late-ish, and I'm up early. Alright, let's see, scrapyard. Scrapyard time. We got a 4-star legendary. Accuracy, HP. Well, it's on a crit. We'd have like a crit rate right here would have been pretty good. 4-star rare, weapon attack, yeah, it's not really. Oh, some more sales. Give me more, give me more, oh, give me more. Alright, where to start? Where to start? I'm gonna check champions. Got 4 4s. Three more. That'll be a 5-star. That'll be a 5-star. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we won a bunch of them. Pretty good. Probably got our champion training tournament maxed out. I'm gonna check on our arena real quick too. Oh yeah, we almost there. Oh yeah, I need 600 points. $10,000. This guy. It's gonna be pretty hard to get to. Really hope I beat this guy. I really want to see. He is gear, 6-star gear. It's been doing good. Did we make it to red? I didn't even notice. I didn't pay attention. 60-point away. How many points a win do you get? We might have beat it, then I might have come down during the night. Oh, 9 points. See, that one's only worth 8 points. The last one was worth 11. Oh, quick, trick little bugger. Froggy or something. Fiction. That was only worth like points too. That one was worth 9 points. Go figure. I don't know how that works. We're out of that. Check this one. They're hard to get done. Those 60s are. Yeah, we got killed with a. Alright. Another win, a win, a win. I gotta work on my main today. I gotta finish that trick training. Still not finished. Oh, I am winning this big 100,000. Crazy. This is my crappy team. Eating the big control team. That's funny. It's 5 a.m. I win. I can't believe that. I had a big team. And I got my clank quest done. Pretty crazy. Oh. Still got time. Talking to clan boss, it's not over yet. It's not bad. Good. TBG. coffee. Alright. I gotta work on my main today. I gotta work on the girlfriend. Because we're doing the fusion. We're doing the fusion on those accounts, so. Coffee. Hello, Chub. Plan today is to grind. More food. I gotta check on the Arbiter mission situation. So I made a coffee and I started the wood stove upstairs too. It's kind of chilly today. Make the place nice and warm. I'll make the place nice and warm for everybody else. Alright, we gotta do this before it's closed. Are they closed? That's a good question. Yeah, they're closed now. Oh, we're stuck with this one. I'm gonna go overboard here. I'm saving. We save energy. And then I need, you know what I mean? I like to know the odds. Like, it'd be nice the numbers of the odds are right there. And you can, a bit like the relics, you see the odds right there, boom, you're like, oh, you got so much chance. It's awesome, like, you don't have to fight it over. If every dungeon had like at least a base, you get so many chances to get these potions and you know. chicken. Oops. Peace out. Peace out. How's Buddy going? Early. Weird that I'm not on the right thing. Huh. I swear, there's OBS there sometimes. If you click, it'll just screw you over real quick, huh? Yeah. We can get to none of those are. Oh, you're 7 to dry. How you dragon, huh? Is that right? Oh, yes. Can I do this? My frog is weak. It's probably going to be next for 60 so he can tough it up some more. Good. Bring on some 6 stars. Come on. This is 4 to 6. Change over 4 to 6. I have 2 5-star chicken. I gotta work on a couple more. 5-star defense. I mean, it's 5-star, but nothing great there. Wonder if I can go one more. No, one more. I'm gonna hit red. Gonna be real tough. This one will be a lot easier, I think. Where you want to be is stage 20 really next, so I guess stage 13 is the same thing. Go double. Oh, it's 4 people now. You guys all here for my singing? Oh, and I'm singing, and I'm singing. Hey, what you guys up to today? Or where are you guys from? It's 6 a.m. here. I gotta grind this account. I gotta check my main account for the fusion. And the girlfriend's account too for the fusion. It'll be a busy day. Got an arena event popped up. So we gotta do the event for the arena. You guys don't stick around long, do you? You're just like, oh, say hi. You should come around and take a peek. Leave a message. Hello. It's me. Where have you been? It's been a while. Hit the like button. You. Just say, hey, sup, dog? What's up? Yeah. Whoa, whoa. You know. That kind of stuff. Makes me all funny in the inside. You'd be like, oh, it's all fuzzy in the inside. And you're like, oh. Right? You know what I mean, jelly beans? Some boots, 4 stars, sadly. Some speed boots, 4 stars, sadly. With double percentage. Decent. I just don't like 4 stars. Like, it's 5 and 6 stars that I like. I really just want 6 stars. Boom. Ooh. How's the coffee today? Just a little coffee. I don't know. Yona poo. Oh, yona poo. Yeah, one of our big pain in the ass is our team composition is all blue. And every time we hit the level where it's red, it's super difficult. So we do have to pull a better. I need somebody that's not blue. Yeah, that's it. Meow. Meow. I did not do my. What the hell? Okay, I'm here. I'm there. I'm there. There. In 4 minutes, the clan boss will reset. 4-star again. Defense this time. What's going on, Chub Chub? It's too early for breakfast. Scrapyard time. I'm gonna pick up all the bottles from the scrapyard. I mean, they're worth 10 cents. Clan member. Ching ching. Chicka ching ching ching. Chicka ching ching ching. Oh, look at that. It's HH. The man. The legend. Demise. He's real good too. Hey, that's Nub. He's awesome. He's doing awesome. I thought he was just on a minute ago. 44. Like, people are kicking ass. Like, I'm in the bottom there, and I'm not in the... I might have a quitter right there, who knows? Still got a couple in energy there. 2 days to go. I'll be using those. Today's logging will be a book, which is not really helpful. This guy will be finished in a couple days. I don't have to even bother with it. We got 1, 2, 3, 5 star. I use this guy for special quests, I think. One, two, three. You gotta dedicate another one to become a food there. These are like usable rares, right? I'm wondering if you managed to do Doom Tower at all. Yeah, I put on my keen hard. Help the clan get it beat this morning. So, legendary helmet. Double percentage. Accuracy's fine. That's alright. Boots, 4-star green, probably garbage. It's garbage. Some gems, fine. My next key is in 1 minute. I don't think I'll even attempt brutal. It's a 5 million. Much better reward though. Similar. You know, if I double chance at this, I got this and 2 of this. Not even. Why is this 4-star green after? See this? 4-star green, 4-star blue. It should be green, blue, purple. Like gray stuff, like come on, get rid of that. Get rid of that. It's the clan boss, like we don't want to be getting shit. There you go, it's the clan boss, like gray and green. Get that out of there. The odds would still be pretty not in our favor. And the silver. If you want to give us silver, put a 1 in front. Minimum a 1 in front. I'll put like a 5 me. Like nothing or the bruise. Come on. Make it 10 to 30. You know? It would speed up the game a bit, some. Because the game is so old that you have to speed it up if you want people to catch up to at least the start of a game. At least the start of a game. But you don't want people to be playing beginning of the game for 3 months and they don't feel like they're going anywhere. And they just quit. Or they just spend money. Oh, I see what you're doing. I understand now. So, I got a key. Should I give this a big old world? Nope. Brutal is 10. I'm really like, I want to give it a bit of a whirl. Or just pause and reset if it's terrible. You gotta make what, 10? Just for the first one, right? I mean, since I'm poison based, I'm gonna do some good damage when it's full. Thing is, when my hero just get one shot, too quick. That's the worry. I mean, if I can make it 15 turn and make it 6 more, it's pretty good. Go poison, go baby, go. Go baby, go poison, go. It's like go ninja, go. I don't have a dedicated stun target. Apparently, it's like going from there to there, to there to there. Come on. Put some poison up, boys. Come on. Come on, Cal. You can do better than this. Let's go. Come on. 10 turn 2 mil. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it now. Nowhere near enough. I don't think so. I'm not making it to 20. Expecting to make it to 15. So I'm looking at 3 million, 4 million. It's kind of shitty. It's not gonna work. See, my frog is weak. Let's go down. Oh, shields. See, this they gotta fix. This they gotta fix there. Chimera you can. The Hydra you can. Like this just gotta get fixed. Like you have to be allowed to retry your that is nonsense. I mean, Clan Boss's old content. Nobody like nobody works on it because it's just painful to work on. Like, look at this. I gotta lose 2-3 minutes every time just to have to be able to try something else. This is it's not good. Like, just to try something, like, no, I want to bang bang try. No, no good. Try again. I mean, the fight's already 10 minutes. Right? So. HH 5 mil. Oh. How much do you think you guys were gonna get? How much? Huh? I really hope we get 5 mil. I mean, starting to fall behind in numbers here. Like, Clan Boss should be my strength-ish with my poisoners. Not impressed yet. I don't know what's the... I mean, speed. We wish we were faster. By a lot. I don't want to be in the 220s, 230s, but I want like 180 something. I mean, I can push to 15. You push to 15, but the rest of the stuff is just all over the place. It's no better. I mean, if I push to 15, I got defense and HP. It's not doing anything. From accuracy goes down to nothing. Triple 2. Come on. Give me like a 5. Sorry, I had to try you. I'm a freebie. I'm on 4. Revive. I need a revive. Oh, he's gonna die. Yes, he did. 4. Yeah, 4.6. 4.7. Oh, I didn't get by. Son of a gun. I don't know. Yeah, where'd I go? Void from hard chest. Void from hard chest. Oh, rats. Nice luck. Oh, you want me to use silver keys? I can't even get to the dead boss. Faction war boss. I don't even know if I can make it. Right. I could equip that 5-star. Yeah, chicken. She could fight. She could fight a couple waves from me if I put her in gear. I mean, she's 5-star, right? Probably will. I'm not gonna eat it just yet. I'm only at 3 chicken. Oh yeah, if I gear her up, she'll be pretty good. Maybe she'll be at D stage anyway for sure if she doesn't need it now. I can probably put her in some kind of life steal, right? Yeah, let's go life steal. So I gotta have some crappy life steal from the start. Come on, hit back. Holy shit. Nope. No. I just put gear on her and she doesn't fucking make it. Fucking. I'm not having 2-star. Oh, I wish I did a 3-star. Oh, actually, it's because I don't have enough. Right? I don't have enough. I don't have any other. I don't have any other. Just don't. Fucking focus the spider, would you? Oh, that asshole, it's just keeps provoking me and provoking me. Yeah. I'm gonna kill that damn spider real quick. That's probably provoke me as soon as he gets to blade provoke, and we're fucked. I'm right down to not with the head. Check the fire. It's cold. It's cold today. Hmm.
This is your World War III update. Here's what's going down. The WHO has just issued a warning about bird flu. Interesting timing, isn't it? Just 3 days before Donald Trump is set to take office. Well, Tedros, or as I like to call him, Mr. Solidarity, has a word of warning for the world, clearly preconditioning us for the next shock therapy treatment. And I say shock therapy because as we inexorably hurtle towards the bottom of the barrel here in Western civilization,
Fuck is this
you'll
shit?
notice that every week there's another major global crisis that emerges. I'm not saying that this is going to be week 3, but they're definitely warming us up for that. Okay, here's my predictions once again for 2025. We are going to see civil unrest along socioeconomic, along immigration, along cultural lines, primarily in North America and in Europe. We are going to see likely the emergence of a very lethal pathogen, likely bird flu in some way, shape, or form, and that is going to, of course, have all sorts of repercussions, authoritarian and otherwise, in numerous countries. It's going to be an incredible wedge issue at a period of time where we need anything but that. We are going to see a major cyber attack, because according to the World Economic Forum, we're well overdue for that, right? So we're going to see a major cyber attack. We've seen some temporary faults in the system, but nothing enduring. But I think that's about to change this year. Major cyber attack is on the horizon. Artificial general intelligence is going to be one of the biggest stories of 2025 this year. The elites are up to something. There's warfare happening in the shadows, both bio-warfare and otherwise, primarily centered around chips and artificial intelligence, the emergence of AGI. He who discovers AGI, who discovers the ability to essentially create a system that can improve itself at light speed, create Skynet, is going to rule the world. We're going to see an economic crash.
Progressive state. It's funny.
It's a mathematical certainty. The question is how deep and dark is the recession and depression going to be? And it's going to be particularly bad here in Canada if a trade war ensues. And of course, we will absolutely likely see a major pandemic unfolding. I think I checked all the boxes. Oh, we can't forget about the war with Iran. Aside the slight redress in grievances across the Middle East currently underway and the cessation of hostilities between Hamas, Israel, even the Houthis are saying now, if this ceasefire holds, and if the one with Lebanon holds, then they're going to discontinue their attacks in the Red Sea. So these are all very bullish cases. But are they? Because, of course, war with Iran's proxies precludes any sort of direct attack on Iran itself, which is very much what appears is on the horizon. Russia and Iran signed a major strategic partnership today, but Vladimir Putin suspiciously made it abundantly clear that this is not a mutual defense pact like the one that they have with the DPRK and Belarus, North Korea and Belarus, okay? So this is very important because Putin knows that the shit is likely going to hit the fan and Iran is going to be in the crosshairs, and they don't want to essentially have to come to their aid and be, because the Russians, they actually honor the contracts that they sign, and they don't want to be beholden to the Iranians should something emerge. And I think the only reason why Vladimir Putin wouldn't put that into the agreement, and the Russian intelligence is incredibly good, is if they knew that the shit wasn't going to pop off in Iran. The question is, will they notify the Iranians of whatever the West is planning? Now, let's hear what Mr. Solidarity has to say. It's not good.
Now to the global spread of H5 avian influenza.
And I sped up his voice to 1.5 just so you can, not fall asleep.
Last year, 66 cases of H5 were reported from the United States, plus 10 from Cambodia, 2 from Vietnam, and 1 each from Australia, Canada, and China.
Now, human cases are down worldwide. Human cases of bird flu are, well, not down, but they're well off the highs that we've seen in 2014. The important thing here is that the prevalence in animal populations is completely off the charts. They don't even really record it anymore in wild bird populations because it's everywhere. They are recording it more in livestock. It's basically all around the world. It's spreading to different species. So the important thing here is, and he doesn't really get into this, and that's why I'm doing this infill, is that not only is it more prevalent, which means the likelihood of a species jump is more likely, but a lot of the cases of humans, of those 66 that he was talking about, they don't know the origins of. So it could possibly be that it's already spreading, it's just going undetected, and it's a less lethal form, because of course, they're going to want to start testing. And you know what that means. They're going to admonish you for not washing your hands and isolating socially with your virtual reality headset in your car with your mask on. Let's see what else Pedro has to say.
This is the highest number of reported human cases since 2015. So far this year, 2 cases, including 1 death, have been reported in the United States and 1 death in Cambodia.
I see this as a warning for Trump. Why are they releasing this now? And really 5 years, almost to the day after they released on X, or what at that time was Twitter, an advisory saying that you don't have to worry about COVID because there's no evidence that it's spreading person to person. Of course, they're sending a message. They're saying that we're oiling the guns and we're getting ready to point them at you.
Almost all these cases are associated with infected dairy cattle or poultry. H5N1 is of particular concern because since the first human cases were reported in 2003, it has killed almost half of those it has struck. Fortunately, H5N1 has not yet developed the ability to transmit easily between humans, but that could be only a matter of time.
Yeah, 2025.
Every transmission from one animal to another or to a human is an opportunity for the virus to mutate or to mix with other influenza viruses. It's therefore imperative that the virus is not allowed to spread unchecked in animals.
COVID was really just a warm-up, and isn't it convenient? As all of the systems that sustain life collapse, never mind all the economic, the breakdown, the multipolar world, even just the cultural decline, the conflicts that are emerging, the resource depletion, the commodities prices skyrocketing, the inflation. Isn't it convenient that now, at any time they want to corral the population and get us on lockdown, they have something? And I'm not saying that this is necessarily something that was created in a lab. Obviously, it's endemic. It's everywhere in the animal population. But what you could have now is a situation where somebody wanted to capitalize on the fact that it is so prevalent in nature, and that the any sort of criticism that might be levied otherwise in an environment where it wasn't prevalent as to its origins, any sort of, assiduous investigation into its origins might not be conducted, because we're now being primed with the fact that it is everywhere. So the likelihood of it emerging, it's very, plausible that it could emerge. So nobody's going to question when it finally does make the species jump, even if it was the result of some, meddling with the viral DNA or RNA, whatever it is.
Well, just go
The
to
region working closely with the World Organization for
Sacred.
Animal Health and the
Was
Food
alright.
and Agriculture
My main
Organization of the
account.
United Nations.
I've been lucky
innovative
lately in
approach
Sacred.
to
I got
managing
like
the threat of
6
H5
the last
globally.
2 weeks. Or
We call on all countries to strengthen biosecurity on farms, testing and surveillance, and to provide personal protective equipment to farm workers who may be at risk. We also call on all countries with outbreaks of H5
pretty
on
good
animals
Glenn
to
Boss
share
reward
viral
so
samples and
far.
sequences with the WHO.
Yeah, that was
Couple
on
books, couple
1.5
shirts.
speed. Jeez, I do not
like
miss
it.
that.
Oh, I
Here's what's going on. So CDC is upgrading its advisory on bird flu. Will Moderna's
I really
stock
want to
get a
go all the
boost?
way there.
And this is the other thing.
that's so
All
weird.
of these companies whose stock prices and market caps are in the
79,
absolute
that's it.
pisser, they got a vested interest in something like this emerging. Now, I'm not saying anything, but, there was an old idea that back in the day, a lot of these antivirus companies on your computer, they would actually be the ones that originated viruses in order to get you to
That was
go
not the
and buy
ideal. That's
the
how it
fix.
was.
So, there is a profit motive here to keep the gravy train rolling. And what better gravy train
That's
than
all they
a
have to sell.
illness that has the potential to kill half the people that it
Create a
infects?
problem.
Egg prices.
Give
Take a
them a
look at egg prices
solution.
at another record high here in
Greed
January
of the human
of 2025.
race.
Isn't that crazy? And nobody's even talking about this. I remember when it was here before, everybody was talking about it.
Alright,
That was
like
big
another.
news back then. We had Joel Salatin
Even if I
on the
got-
channel, and he was talking about the supply chain shock with eggs and why it was such a big deal. But here we are,
280.
just a couple of years later, and we're seeing record
Yes.
high prices once again that show no signs of abating, at least
280.
at this
I don't
point.
like 280.
Often what happens with eggs, because it is such a, I can't remember how Salatin explained it, but because, the gestations are so short, and if you have to do a big cull, these spikes in price are often short-lived, because it doesn't take that long to get a whole new batch of chickens in as it would with something like a bigger form of livestock. And of course, eggs have an expiration date, right? So it's very vulnerable to these bullwhip effects in the market. Now, U.S. is awarding Moderna $590 million for bird flu vaccine development. That's today from Reuters. So, of course, again, profit motive. Now, Moderna has been pre-selected to work on this sort of thing, and other countries are already in the process of stockpiling vaccines. If this is something that you're legitimately concerned about, I would recommend getting some Tamiflu through Jace Medical. They also sell a variety of other medications that might help treat some of the symptoms. These are things that you do need with a prescription, but of course Jace Medical allows you to get the medication without having to go in and explain to a doctor that you're worried about the end of the world and all that stuff. Jace has simplified the process. Go through the link in the description. If you want to support the channel, this is a cute title. Vancouver backyard chickens practice social distancing from wild birds amid H5N1 risk. So we're going to see chickens with masks on. A lot of this, of course, people are concerned that this is an attempt by big
Oh,
agra
shit.
or government to try to regulate the hell out of the agricultural system and find another reason to come down on homesteaders and people who are trying to have self-resilient lifestyles, self-sustaining systems. Of course, all of the regulations that we see, from smart meters to gun control, the whole purpose of all of these things is to offload all the responsibility of everything onto the government, which is usually working hand in glove with some major corporation, right? So, yeah, there's definitely a motive there as well to take meat out of the equation or make it incredibly difficult, which is not to say there is not a threat. I always advise people on this channel, do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just because the government seeks to capitalize on disaster, I think Naomi Klein called it the shock doctrine, right? So you want to shock the population, and it's a problem, reaction, solution type thing, and then you bring in a bunch of regulation which actually, empowers the government and disempowers the individual. Just because that is a tendency doesn't mean everything is a conspiracy. Okay, there are viruses. Okay, the climate is getting warmer, whether you like it or not. Whether you believe it's a threat or not is another story.
Yeah,
Okay? There are terrorists out there. Are they terrorists? Well, why are they terrorists? Did they just wake up when they were born and said, hey, I'm going to be a terrorist when I get older? Or is there a socio-historical reason as to why they became the way they did? There are real enemies, real threats, real reasons to be concerned. But, of course, these fears are often exploited by governments to put forth their own agendas. Now, Canadians, we got some extra stuff to worry about. Get a load of this. This is Melanie Joly with the Liberal Party of Canada. May well be the Prime Minister someday. I hope not, because I would like to keep my guns.
Because we know that the impact on Canadians would be really, really, really difficult.
He's talking about the upcoming trade war with Trump.
And why I'm saying that is we know that there would be lots of job loss across the country. And we know that this would also have an impact on cost of living for Canadians. I won't go into the details of...
If they're saying that in the way that she's saying it, that means it's going to get really, really bad. Because you guys down south don't realize it, but life is actually a lot harder up here, and a lot of it has to do with transport. The country's so damn big. To get the stuff that you guys get down there, we got to pay a lot more for it. In Europe, I mean, it's even worse in Europe. We actually have it better. But the inflation, the cost of living, we still have a housing bubble. We never deflated like you guys did during the Great Recession. So there's a lot of bubbles fitting to pop here in Canada. And unfortunately, there's a lot of cheap drugs, and it's very cold. So it costs a little bit more to live. Not going to get into the exact statistics, but I believe our highest GDP, is it city or province, is equivalent to your lowest GDP state. Now, of course, there's some different fine print to that might make Canada a little bit more livable in other respects, but nonetheless, it's not going to be good for Canadians. Let's hear what else she has to say.
what that figure is like, but definitely we have numbers that are highlighting how much this could be devastating. This would be basically starting a trade war. The Americans would be starting a trade war against us, and this would be the biggest trade war between Canada and U.S. in decades.
And I don't think it's going to happen.
Always take two to dance.
Current
Always take two.
global environment. I don't think Trump can risk alienating his allies, especially considering the Chinese influence in Canada, which is pretty intense, okay? The Chinese definitely have a lot of influence in Canada, particularly out in the West, and one thing you don't want to do is drive your closest ally into the hands of the enemy, be they Denmark, Panama, or Canada. So I think this is, a lot of ostentatious, tough talk. I don't know what it's exactly going to materialize into. Is it going to solve America's problems? Absolutely not. It is not going to noticeably improve the life of the average American person. Okay, I believe a lot of this is this sort of imperialistic regional mindset is just to take attention away and take attention away from the real underlying issues that are causing the American debt bubble, all the conflicts emerging around the world, and the offshoring of jobs and the immigration and civil crises that America faces. It's just to take attention away from that. It's like an easy, low-hanging fruit, but the problem is it could potentially backfire in a really bad way. What else do we got going on here? Okay, we talked about that. So the Iranians and the Russians, they signed this deal, right? And Vladimir Putin seems fairly content in signing this deal. This is going to be very distinct from the one that was signed with North Korea. And the whole purpose of this primarily is to facilitate the construction of a pipeline which is going to transit gas to India, okay, through Iran. And of course, Russia is viewing this as primarily a socio-economic partnership, but there are other mutual military benefits, but not in the mutual defense pact sense. Okay, so Russia is going to be helping Iran create 2 nuclear installations, reactors at their power plant. They are going to be continuously working with them on weapons development and sharing of information, but they're not going to come to their aid if they're attacked, and they're not going to extend to them the nuclear umbrella. And I don't think Russia would omit that from such an agreement if it didn't have pretty good intelligence to suggest that indeed this was the year that Israel and the United States pulled the trigger. Now, the problem with that is, if we presume that Israel is going to instigate something with Iran, remember, Iran still owes Israel True Promise 3, or they keep claiming that they're going to respond in their own time. Now, if Hezbollah has agreed to a ceasefire, if Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire, and if the Houthis say, okay, if those ceasefires hold, we're going to stop firing rockets, then it becomes harder and harder for America and Israel to suddenly justify some sort of Iranian intervention. What is likely going to happen is there's going to be some high-level assassination or sabotage. As I told you the other day, the Iranians, they discovered that the same type of explosive that was used to detonate all of the walkie-talkies back last September in Lebanon, they found those same components in certain components of their nuclear program. Okay, so we could very well see something like that, and then that, of course, would trigger some sort of Iranian response, some overt Iranian response, which in turn would be used as justification then to go to war with Iran. The Americans still have to reboot their military, and that is the purpose of the new SecDef Pete Hegseth. Now, I got a lot of information here on Belarus. I'm just wondering if this is the opportune time to do it. Shall we leave Starship 33 for last? I think so. What's been going on? Okay, so just talking about the Ukrainian front. Now, this is a video of near Odessa, I believe, near the Romanian border last night. There's been a lot of back and forth with drones and missiles, between a lot of exchanges between Ukraine and Russia. This was a drone that actually fell in Romania. So this is something that happens frequently. Romania, of course, is going to be home to one of the largest NATO military bases, and they're currently having some very draconian style political issues right now, in which you're not allowed to criticize any politician apparently on social media. They've now outlawed it. So you know things are getting very tense in a lot of the former Soviet states or the intermarium states. So it's, this thing with Russia, it's still going on. It's in this weird state of purgatory right now. It appears as though the EU and Keir Starmer are going to be the ones who kind of take the lead on assisting Ukraine moving forward, because of course the reluctance of Trump's Republicans to at least openly partake, but Trump has pledged that he will indeed continue to put pressure on Putin. We just don't know exactly what that's going to look like. In Kursk, this is the outcome in Kursk. So if you think they have it bad in California, well, they do. I suppose this is the equivalent. Take a look at what's happening basically in the entirety of eastern Ukraine. So this is Kursk. Apparently the Russians claim to have retaken 63% of the territory that Ukraine has initially captured, but there are certain places where it's basically a stalemate, and it's largely due to the topography of the region, the high ground, the low ground, that sort of thing, and NATO equipment continues to flow into the area, of course, to assist the Ukrainians, and they continue to do deep strikes into Russia, utilizing NATO armaments. Now, Trump had a chat with Xi Jinping. Should we get into TikTok? Let's talk about what's going on in Belarus, because this is a lesser-known fact, okay? So in Belarus, on the 26th, they're going to be having an election. Now, NATO is amassing troops near their border. Of course, there's been all kinds of military activity since the start of the war, which is only ramped up more and more by the day. Belarus is claiming that the plan is to deploy a peacekeeping contingent along the border. Now, that this contingent is going to do some sort of provocation along the border that can potentially ensnare NATO into a conflict. Belarus has threatened to use nuclear weapons if there is any sort of transgression in that region. Poland has deployed 17,000 troops to the region, and currently there is a major steadfast defender exercise underway. So, of course, we're seeing a lot of increased NATO aviational activity. The U.S., of course, recently deployed a major missile defense system in Poland, and Patriot missile defense as well. And Belarus is also considering the deployment of Orezhnik and tactical nuclear missiles to the region. Lithuania is withdrawing from the Ottawa Anti-Personnel Landmine Convention, so the plan is to actually mine the Baltic states. Okay, that's a pretty big jump. So they close the borders, they basically put up the dragon's teeth and the fences, and now they're talking about landmines. You would only be doing that if you were seriously concerned about a Russian invasion, or you yourself were going to do some sort of invasion and you wanted to have a potential defense in such case that the invasion didn't go the way you thought, I suppose. Of course, we have the Baltic Sea situation. So this is where something could really flare up. Because of all of these attacks on undersea cables, now the Baltic has initiated Guardian of the Baltic, which is a mission of NATO countries to protect infrastructure within the region. And what that could potentially lead to is not only stopping Russia's shadow fleet of oil tankers, which supplies all of Europe, which Europe buys, so Europe would be essentially, they would be blocking the oil that they discreetly buy with their military, okay, which makes no sense whatsoever. So it's kind of like, there never was a bigger waste of money, in my personal opinion, but they're going to do it because, I mean, they're probably going to let a lot through too. But the Russian fleets in that region may potentially be forced to respond militarily if these shadow fleet ships are flagged and then boarded by NATO forces.
Top 10.
And so this could potentially have the effect of blocking Russia from their exclave Kaliningrad and limit their ability to come to the aid of Belarus in such case of a conflict with their Baltic fleet. So a lot of stuff going on. Europe is potentially looking at deploying a peacekeeping mission, which would be independent of NATO. So it would not be comprised of NATO countries. However, the Russians argue that it would still utilize NATO architecture and critical infrastructure, and that this would just be the camel's nose tent, meaning that that old saying that if you let the camel's nose in the tent, then the whole body is coming in short order. So there's lots of accusations flying everywhere. Poland is claiming that Russia is plotting terror attacks around the world. I'm not really sure what interest Russia would have in doing such a thing, if only to perhaps create some kind of civil unrest. Obviously, they would not want such events to be traced back to them, much like the Crocus-style terrorist attack. That I think that the whole purpose of things like that are to create infighting in terms of religion, because of course a good part of Russia is Christian, Catholic, and then another part is Muslim. And even up there in Siberia, there's, I'm not sure what religion they practice. Is it, what is it again? Not Confucianism, it's the most popular one in China. Not up to date on my religions. But anyways, there's a lot of major religions in Russia, and the idea would be to sow discord between them so that they, infight. Okay, so Donald Trump had a call with Xi Jinping, and the timing is interesting here because, of course, the TikTok issue hangs in the balance. Now, the Biden White House has postponed any more dealings with the matter, and they've basically deferred to the incoming administration what they're going to do with it, but the Supreme Court has upheld the ban on TikTok. So it's looking as though there's going to be some sort of resolution with this. This is a technology that our government would love to leverage and maintain. This is, I think, 170 million users in North America. That's not something that they want to let go. If they can, they want to be in complete control of it themselves. They just don't want the Chinese being able to influence the minds of American people. And for better or for worse, they don't want that to be the case, okay? So there is a possibility that the TikTok does get banned, but only in name only, and that it is basically the operations are taken on. There's talk that Elon Musk might buy it. I think that's a possibility as well. Now, just some interesting facts about China that not a lot of people realize. There are 6 major things that the United States doesn't know about China. If you ever look up world's fastest supercomputers and biggest supercomputers, what's going to populate the statistics are Western countries and, like Western-leaning Eastern countries. You're never going to see any statistics on China, even though we know that they have some of the biggest exaflop scale computers on supercomputers in the world. So in addition to the United States not having any real up-to-date intel on how many nuclear weapons China has, they also don't know how many supercomputers China has. And that's problematic as we enter into the age of artificial general intelligence. Because, of course, there is absolutely a push and a mad dash into trying to figure out how to create intelligent computers that can, of course, empower people militarily. people, as in the elites and nation states, right? So you have your nukes, your supercomputers. We don't know how much gold China has. Estimates are that it can be up to rival what the United States has, if not more, which is around 8,000 tons. We don't know what their bioengineering capabilities are. We don't know if they're making chimeras. You know, we don't know exactly what the extent of the biowarfare program is. It's incredibly secretive there. We don't know what their AI capabilities are. We don't know what their underground capabilities are as well. It is estimated that there is a 5,000 kilometer underground Great Wall that is used to shelter and transport ICBMs. It's called the Underground Great Wall of China. But of course, nobody knows the true extent of this. And when you understand that the Chinese are building 1,700 ships per year, okay, compared to, I think we do like, I don't know what the number is, but it's paltry compared to that, then you start to realize the potential for big secrets in China is monumental. So, you know, this is going to, I think, be one of the defining conversations of Trump's term. And when you have the Chinese churning out armies of these things that have a gait that is very identical to human beings, you can even see the hip movement there on these things. This is I think this is Unitree. So, you know, they're employing the stuff that Boston Dynamics was working on probably 15, 17, 18 years ago now, almost 2 decades. Boston Dynamics has been working on this stuff, but it's almost flawless. Now, you know, they've yet to, I think, really find a use case for a lot of this stuff because it's not quite good enough yet to bring you your drinks in a reasonable amount of time and clean your house and that sort of thing. But we're almost there. Okay, all of these things are going to start to come together in the near term, and I think 2025 is the year that it all sort of coalesces into something meaningful. It's been a long time coming. All right, now this was a facility that this is just one supercomputer facility, okay, that was just built in record time. This one was built for XAI, which is Grok, and this is for Tesla, or well, Elon Musk's company, Twitter, X. And so just to give you a sense of the scale of these things, and they're wanting to build these things underground using nuclear power. And you'd build it underground, I'm presuming, because you can cool things, you can keep things colder or at a constant temperature. So there's reasons why they want to do it in the north and places like that. So this really is, you know, this is why NVIDIA has blown up in the way it has. Not because of gaming and things of that nature, it's because they're trying to build Skynet, all right? And they're on the exaflop scale. Don't ask me what that means. I think it's like floating calculations per second in the exascale. Of course, everybody's familiar with teraflop. Well, exa is basically just, you know, terabyte is 1,000. An exabyte is 1,000 terabytes, so exaflop is 1,000 teraflops. And that's exaflop computing is where they think we are going to be able to have the power to do AGI. That the human brain equivalent is in the exaflop, measured in exaflops in terms of human general intelligence. A big plant went up, a lithium battery plant in California. The timing of that one is rather interesting considering all the things that are going on there. Could have had something to do with all of the power outages and, you know, as a result of the fire, who knows? They don't really know the cause of it just yet, but of course this is calling into question the renewable energy future if these things are going to just be going up in flames like this. Now, it is a rare occurrence, obviously, but this means that there's going to be likely more regulations on lithium batteries. And I think there are showing promise right now for silver-based batteries. And if that happens, we're going to see the price of silver go to the moon and beyond. I think I missed something back here. Let me just see. Okay, so we talked about chattel fleet, finance. Well, the price of gold hit a new record in Canadian dollars as well as other currencies. So gold is peaking, not in USD, because the US dollar is up while gold is up, which means that gold is worth more than it ever has been in history, despite the fact that it's off of its nominal price that was set back last year, I believe in October, possibly, at 2,800, when the day it closed at 2,800. But you can buy more with those dollars than you could back then, because those dollars are worth more today. I do believe a market crash is inevitable because, as I've always stated repeatedly, the market is drastically overvalued. Everybody thinks that this is going to continuously go up and up and up. But remember what happened at the dot-com bubble. Everybody prematurely bought into the hype of the internet. Right around here, the NASDAQ was about 5,000. It took another 15 years to become 5,000 again. And then that same year, it was actually lower than it was here, so 4,900. Okay? So then it took us till 2025. We got to, we got to now about 20,000. So when you look at this, it's a distinct possibility that we could see another lost decade, at least in terms of stock pricing. That doesn't necessarily mean there's not going to be advancement. That doesn't mean that, it's going to be a constant immiserating set of circumstances that the people are living under. It just means that maybe your portfolio isn't going to be doing that great, which of course does have real-world consequences. But yeah, look at the prices of things. Like, here's a list of the price hikes in commodities over the past year. Eggs, 300%. Coffee, 78%. Natural gas, 41%. Obviously, way off the highs that we've seen in 2022, but nonetheless, up 41%. Silver was up 37%. Gold was up 34%. Aluminum, 20%. Beef, 20%. Copper, 17%. Hogs, 15%. Zinc, live cattle, crude, corn, lumber, CPI inflation was 2.9%, gasoline was up, the list goes on and on and on. There was a few things that were in deflation, like sugar and wheat, not sure why, but for the most part, everything is trending in the wrong direction, and that means that austerity is likely going to force people onto the streets with their pitchforks, okay? What else do we got going on here? Let me see here. Oh yeah, this is what people are doing nowadays. So, the war between Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips for being the woman who has the most sex with the most men in one day. She's claiming 1,057 you-know-whats were inside of her within the span of 12 hours. And I believe that she said it was 100. And hers are proven. I don't know if hers are proven. But this is where we're at, guys. And not one egg was fertilized in any of these transactions. And to me, that is so symbolic of the West in a nutshell. Just hyper-indulgent, gluttony, sloth, dopamine, me, selfish, not family-oriented in the least. And that is why the whole thing is collapsing. You don't see this crap in China. You're not going to see half the shit you see on TikTok in China. It's all like constructive and intelligent stuff. Oh, and now she's gonna have the backdoor challenge. Ew, that's all I can say. That is nasty. And unfortunately, because we keep giving them attention, they keep doing it. Apparently this is ISIS, or is it Al-Qaeda? One of them are threatening all of these events in 2025. Kanye Film Festival, Amsterdam Dance Event, 100th anniversary of the Chincoteague Pony Swim, and I don't know I can't pronounce that, in Virginia, anyways. The Venice Carnival in Italy, the San Fermin Festival in Europe, Vienna Ball Season in Austria, Glastonbury Festival in United Kingdom, St. Patrick's Day in Ireland, Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee, and Oktoberfest in Germany are all targets of ISIS, or they're just trying to scare people. That's a distinct possibility. Also, big winter storm or cold front coming in next week. In fact, it's going to be so cold, well, according to them, I mean, it's not cold compared to what we're used to up here, but they're going to have to move the inauguration ceremonies indoors, possibly. So we're looking at Monday. It's going to be a real cold one across North America. Generally, of course, the trend is towards a warmer climate. I know a lot of people take issue with that, but it is what it is. So here's the situation. This is the 5-year anomaly. So this is 1920s. This is the 1930s, 1940s. You know, things are still relatively cool. 1950s, 1960s, business as usual, 1970s, and something happens here in the 80s. Who knows what happened in the 80s? And then in the 90s, something happens, and then 2000s, and then 2000 teens, and 2020s, and there we are. So, you know, who knows what it's going to, I mean, are the wildfires any, and I'm not even really talking about the California ones, but the Canadian wildfires, is it any surprise that when the Arctic's 4 degrees above normal, that we're getting that kind of stuff happening? But yeah, you're going to see crazy polar vortices like this emerge, and it's going to be short-lived because the week after this warm front is likely going to come down. I don't have that animation here for you, but, you know, it'll be short-lived, so don't freak out, but just be prepared, as usual. Now, this I find interesting. You know, this is, you know, I always talk about numerology on the channel. So, and guys, if you ever get an opportunity like this, please shoot your damn videos in landscape mode. Okay? That's how people watch screens at home. Landscape mode. All right? I know in the movie Demolition Man, they have screens that are vertical. If you ever go back and watch that movie, they predicted OnlyFans on portrait mode screens. Okay? But please, if you get this opportunity, shoot it in landscape mode. Just turn your phone. You get to see more. Now, and it helps me with my presentations as well. Interestingly, Starship 33, which I believe is for the purpose of rich people getting richer and has nothing to do with you. No, we're not going to Mars. No, there's no we. Bill Burr had a great gag about this where he's talking about all these people are like, we're going to Mars. And it's like, no, we're not going to Mars. People who are, and I don't even think that's the purpose of all this. I think that is just a smoke screen for what is really, they're really planning for, which is, I don't know what it is, but it's nothing to do with that. It's just not economically viable for the foreseeable future to do anything like that. If they're doing all of this, if they're going to this extent and they're doing it under the guise of Elon Musk, of the guy who just wants to go to Mars, I think it's because they're worried about something happening. I don't know if they're worried if they have intelligence, that there's going to be an asteroid that's going to hit, or if it's just for the purpose of putting nuclear weapons. If it's for the purpose of being able to transport large amounts of troops to any part of the planet within an hour, there's some motive here which is completely different from what they're telling us. And interestingly, this Starship 33 has 33 thrusters on it. I mean, isn't that just, you know, incredible symbolism when you know about, like, the Freemasons and the numerology of 33 and its geometric properties, its corresponding geometry of 33 and its relation in the physical world and in mathematics and in religion. You know, it's just weird. Okay, it's like, why put 33 on it? NASA had 5. Why 33? It just seems weird. Is it just so happens to be the perfect amount of thrusters, or are they trying to? It's like the 33, hostages that are being released. Where it's like, why? Why are they so obsessed with that number? Makes you think, but it's symbolic nonetheless that the elites are making a run for it. Not really sure why yet, but you can bet that whatever the reasons are they're providing us for why they're investing so much money to make a mad dash for the stars, it's probably untrue. I would chalk it up to likely something to do with national defense and putting various weapons up into space, but who knows. Anyways, guys, we got a lot of great stuff coming for you in terms of practical preparedness. We've been releasing a lot of those videos lately, a lot of gear reviews, conceptual videos, and we got some great stuff coming. We've got some great guests coming on the channel next week, including Robert Breedlove, who's a crypto guy. And I'm actually looking forward to this because I'm always given the gold bulls, the gold bugs like the Peter Schiffs and the Rafi Farbers and the Lynette Zangs and the Gerald Salentes. I'm giving all of them a platform, but I've never really had a hardcore crypto bro on the channel, and this guy knows his stuff, so I think it's going to be an excellent conversation. We're going to talk about who Satoshi is and where he came.
Hey guys, Demise here. Welcome back to another free-to-play challenge video. And as you can see from the title and the thumbnail, we did in fact pull another game-changing pull. And as you can see, all of my ancients are still there, so you guys will figure out who it is in a bit. I just wanted to show you guys that I've been stuck on this arena mission for the past 2 days. And it's because arena is a complete joke. It's either full on teams, or if there is one man, it's either Wukong or something ridiculous. Like this one down here, there is in fact another Wukong. There's really no point of trying to fight that if you can see their level is quite high.
I passed that.
And I've just been sitting here refreshing as much as I possibly can. And so from these mystery shards, there are only two rares that you would ever wish for. One of those is Frozen Banshee, and the other one is in fact a Apothecary. Apothecary is huge because it actually saves me so much resources. For the reasoning that the Tagore, I actually thought about cooking him, but the only thing I would really use him for is his A2. I want that increased speed buff. The healing is a nice bonus, AoE revive, and a nice passive. However, Apothecary is a rare champion, and I obviously booked him straight away. Look at this increased speed buff and his turn meter fill. He also brings a massive healing on his A2, and he also has a triple hit, which means he will be able to help me out in Fire Knight. With this guy and holstering together, the legendary that I pulled, they have so much multi-hit, it's going to break the shield so quick. And if you guys do notice, I already have my third 6-star. And if we go back to the screen, I still have 1.8k gems to spend, and I intend on spending it because I want to win my champion training tournament. And there's also a dungeon divers going on at the moment, and it's very, very worth it. Because all of the events right now will be giving you these relics, so you can craft as much as you can. And if I do win the first place, I will be getting some legendary relics and epic books with the legendary Relentless set. So it is very, very much worth it. Can already craft a relic, however I'm going to wait to spend the legendary so that I won't be able to get a rare. I would rather get an epic than a rare, so there is no point of trying it right now. I don't want to gamble. And if you guys are also crafting a relic, then feel free to let me down below in the comment section if you got anything nice from crafting.
I gotta pee.
yesterday we also made a massive push in Faction Wars. Barbarians should open again tomorrow, so I'm going to try to push even more stars. Sylvan Watchers, at the moment I have no food for that, so I'm trying to pull some. Demon Spawn I have already completed for today. And then, that's pretty much it. I did push maybe 20-30 stars. Now I'm already over 100 stars, which is not bad. And the reason why is because the perception set and the resilience is extremely good. That is a very good way to get really, really easy and actually good gear without spending any energy in the dungeons, which is how I'm able to get 3 6 stars without touching any of my gems yet. And I also have my daily energy still saved up, which I'm going to spend after recording the video. And I'm going to be probably going for the 4th 6 star, which is probably going to be Ugo or Apothecary. I might go with Ugo since it's a safer option for now. However, before I make Ugo 6 stars, I'm going to make sure that I get Apothecary to 5 stars as well, so that I can actually push some other content without this guy being in such danger all the time. Because it's very, very hard to keep a level 19 alive, especially if it's just 4 stars. And sadly, Tagore at the moment has no purpose, since he really, really doesn't need to do anything yet. If you guys didn't know, Apothecary was one of the most wanted champions back in 2020 when I was first starting out. He was probably the best rare, or maybe Cold Heart would have been really close. However, in the early game, Apothecary had no competition. He was one of the best possible dungeon carries because of his increased speed buff. Fun fact, back on my main account before I even had anything, and by the way, my main account is also 100% free to play, so there is nothing really, really special there. And I think that is also why my account is probably going to be much more efficient compared to the other people, because my main account is a free to play. But back to the story, that the Apothecary, when I pulled him from my ancient shards, he was a very, very hard carry. He was on my main teams for probably like 4 to 5 months. And he was on my clan boss team for maybe 7 months, because I didn't get the Mytha until very later on after everything. So I got lucky with the pull, and then I got the Mytha. And then I went to Myth Air, which... Then Apothecary no longer had his purpose. However, it doesn't mean Apothecary was a bad champion, since you can tell I used him for so long, and the fact that I got him on my free-to-play account just makes me so happy because I'm able to use this champion, and I hope to maybe utilize him even better compared to the first time I used him on my main account. Delaware is also not receiving too much love from my account since I'm not able to use him very well. I don't have a stun set to maximize him, and at the same time I also have a Hospital, which is an insane crowd control champion. He can bring a stun and the decreased turn meter. And then now that I have Alice at 6 stars, I should be able to use her, which she could lock out and actually decrease the turn meter as well. From what I see as well from the other content creators is that Alice can actually be used as a campaign farmer. And Alice can actually hit really, really hard even with trash gear. So later on, once the cold cooldown is off, I'm going to try the 1 week gift again, which should give me Slayer gear. Hopefully it works so that I can actually get her in really, really good gear. And if I get something nice from the code, it's going to help me out a lot. Especially if I can put her in a 6. Speed Slayer. Then she will ignore defense, which means...
I just lag so much with this on. Like it keeps transferring data. And it sucks up all my internet. One day I might be able to afford an extra $50 and get Starlink. And just a classic arena thing. Like I'm gonna end up with 2 with a fusion girl, I'm pretty sure. can't do these because. Oh yeah, I did get extra keys, so I'll be able to. I'm gonna go raid the fridge.
means she could hit extremely hard. And I'm also hoping that I get some more good stuff from the Forge Pass. Since I'll actually be able to get the ring, hopefully it's going to be Sacred Order and the Dark Elves. We will also be able to reach the epic ones, which means we should be able to craft even more 4 and 5 star Slayer gear. For Doom Tower, we were able to beat Magma Dragon, and we should hopefully be able to beat the Nether Spider. Recently, I've just been extremely lazy to push the Doom Tower, since most of the waves I have to manual it, and I just didn't feel like it. Also, if I do rush it, it's not like I can complete the entire Doom Tower yet. So I'm taking it slow. However, later on, I'm going to be pushing it since there is the energy. I would want to get that to push my champion training even more. And I don't know if I'm gonna be able to handle Sorath either. If we have to take a check right now, I don't even know if I have an HP per champion. So the account unfortunately does not have a single HP per champion, which means we will not be able to defeat Sorath, which is going to be a pain. It means we're going to be stuck at Doom Tower stage 39 for a while. And I don't believe that there is anything farmable from this that actually drops an HP burn. Currently, I'm just going to be farming as much food as I possibly can. And I might actually start farming Minotaur soon, since I need the masteries on my champions. And I should probably start focusing on clan boss champions now. Although that's going to be quite hard since again I don't really have a good roster yet. I'm still waiting for the 2x Ancients before we are able to really build the clan boss team. So we are really banking on that event. Hopefully we get something nice. But for now, I think I'm going to get at least 5-6 stars and then work on Minotaur. And that should probably be the game plan for now. And then when we get the shard full, we'll see how it goes from there. And I've been meaning to show this since the day 2. However, I keep forgetting to do that, so let's do it right now. I did in fact switch my masteries into campaign farming since Alice was actually a thing. So I went ahead and switched Kale's masteries, and he is no longer with the same mastery set from day 1. This is the campaign farmer masteries, wherein he can actually deal a lot more damage, and he gains so much extra speed if this champion is able to kill a lot of champions, and if your allies are all dead, he gains a massive buff. And if you guys have made it this far, then I'm going to be revealing you guys my plan. So for now, all I'm going to be doing is going for a full team of 60s. So ideally, we'd have around 6 stars because Toragi is only going to be used in the clan boss. So I'm going to try to build 6 champions with all 6 stars, and then I'll start grinding out Minnow 15. Spend all my remaining gems and energy there, try to get everybody to full masteries. And then that's the only time I'm going to be pushing out the dungeons. So far in the leaderboards, if you guys are paying attention, I'm really low down there. But that's because I haven't pushed anything yet, so all of these are not even there. My Minotaur hasn't even been registered yet, like this is not the highest run. I think the highest run recorded in the optimizers maybe is stage 10. And then other dungeons, they're all at stage 10. I haven't touched any of these in so long, since maybe like day 3. Even the event dungeon, I haven't been touching it since the very start. And what this means is that my points will be extremely low. And people probably think that they're really, really far ahead, so hopefully they do keep thinking that and they don't expect it. Because at the moment, there are, I think, only 4 of us who have 3 6 stars, and I'm already pushing to the 4th with all of my gems later on. And pushing any of these will give me so much stars. In addition to that, everybody on the leaderboard has touched Nightmare except for me. I haven't touched the Nightmare yet, so I'm going to be getting a lot of points. 1 star in the campaign is equivalent to 2 points on the website. If I'm able to clear this, then I should be able to get 400 points at least, which should put me in a very good spot to be able to catch up. And then if I push the dungeons and stuff, I should be able to get even further. In addition to that, I'm already in Gold 2, and once I'm Gold 3, I should be able to farm gold medals even faster. What that allows me to do is get my accuracy to level 10 as fast as possible. And then what I'll do then is probably spread out the upgrades so that I can get a lot of upgrades done. And once my Great Hall is really high level, it should be really good. Because one of these Great Hall upgrades is equivalent to 5 points on the website, which means I should be able to get a lot of bonus points from that. So for now, all we're going to be...
Ancient Egyptians understood that they could use sound to reduce their weight and the gravitational
This is a guy who's been maybe running for about a year now, and that was his launch. He had a logo that turned out to be somebody else's logo and a speech that he delivered very poorly.
Well, welcome back to Moose on Loose. Today we've got Mark Carney getting caught using a logo that is not his, essentially, for his Liberal campaign launch here. We got Chrystia Freeland wiping clean her social media. We've got weird polling data that is kind of funny. Is it rigged? Is it wrong? Got a bunch of other stuff here. Let's jump into this. First off, with Pierre Poilievre gaining so much support, and now we have Mark Carney rolling in, trying to be the Liberal leader and all this. We're seeing this here. We're also seeing this sort of stuff happening down in America, but Canada's TD Bank, BMO, and National Bank withdraw from Net Zero Banking Alliance. This alliance here is centered around eco-climate goals and all that kind of stuff. These banks are pulling out of it. They know a conservative government is coming into power. They're tired of the woke nonsense. There's no proof of all this 8 out of 10 climate change nonsense the Liberals have been pushing. These banks have pulled out. The world has finally had enough of this climate nonsense. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Carney is not going to like this. Next up, we got this one here, Chrystia Freeland. First off, what's going on here? So this is her X account. What is with this image? Like, this is creepy and weird. This is how she wants to display herself. It's funny because Pleb posted this. I mean, does it fit in there? It looks like it fits in there to me. But what's interesting, Melissa posted this. Chrystia Freeland has scrubbed her Instagram account clean. Everything gone except the Liberal leadership campaign announcement. So you can see here nothing there. And just to verify, here is her Instagram account with nothing on it. She's trying to hide all of her 8 out of 10 bullcrap posts. I mean, that stuff lives on CPAC. It lives everywhere, all over the internet. Not like she can hide it. It's just she's not displaying it on her own page. She's been supporting the carbon tax. She's been with Justin Trudeau from the beginning. She's the carbon tax queen. But now, because she's running for Liberal leadership and she knows that policy is terrible, she doesn't want to support the carbon tax anymore. This is a complete clown show joke. As this guy's posting zero deficits. Look at this, 1 billion, 19, 19, 14, 39. Then you got the world event here, 90, 35, 40, 61. All deficits. Thanks, Trudeau. And thanks, Freeland. That's Freeland's job, at least for the last bit here. A lot of responses here like this one when she was laughing about freezing bank accounts. Canadians won't forget this kind of stuff.
Roll again. 4, a 5, a 6. That's 5 or 6. Great.
I was certain, after a lot of deliberation with colleagues and many others, that we took the right decision. I was certain at the time. I was certain when I testified before Rouleau, and I remain certain today. Thank you.
That was one of the most disgraceful acts in Canadian history. Jumping over to Mark Carney, this is an interesting post here. Post by Table Salt says, Mark Carney needs a DAI coordinator. Not a single white person at this event. The community should be reflected, no? This one's hilarious too. So I didn't show this clip, but at the beginning of Mark Carney's speech, this woman came out to talk. And it turns out she doesn't even know who he is, but she was introducing him.
I would like to say a special prayer for Mr. Carney. I just met him today. I have never met him, but I Googled him to learn more about him, and I think I like the guy.
Yeah, that's a great way to pick someone. I Googled him. I think I like him. This is the problem with the voters in Canada right now, is this right here. She Googled the WF. Why are these people supporting someone they don't know? Liberals are literally the worst. And we got this one, Mike Bloomberg. That's right, he's excited to see Mark Carney running for Canadian Prime Minister. His deep understanding, yada, yada, yada. I wish him every success on his journey. So basically, Mike Bloomberg endorsing Carney. Well, convenient that Mark Carney sits on the board of Bloomberg. With that, we've got Mark Carney's logo here, and Net Credit came out. They're not a fan of this because, well, this credit collecting company doesn't want to be associated with a political party. They, as it says here, I didn't give them permission to use it. I'm not endorsing their campaign, and I'm not a liberal. This is too funny. Yeah, Canada came up with a new logo. Maybe they want to use this one. So we got an update here from Mark Carney's Liberal leadership race announcement. He had a handful of journalists he didn't like forced out of the building. They blocked them from getting in. Well, it turns out, we got this clip here, they actually called the cops to remove journalists that Carney didn't want to ask questions.
You've been advised you to leave.
By nobody who's identifying themselves, they're just random arrests who came up and said that this fellow as well. We're just, if we have to leave, I'm happy to leave, but if nobody...
So no one's identifying themselves so they can't be traced back to Carney's team or whatever. Like, it's disgraceful.
Whoever's book this has told us that they're actually an authority figure, just people that I think don't like us, so...
Okay, you are trespassing, so
okay. Okay. All right.
Do you want to come out this way or all of them?
Come on, the police got to do their job here, not forcing guys out the doors. They should be allowing them, forcing them in the door.
Well, I don't, sure, yeah. Happy to, yep.
They're going to come this way with us?
Okay. No.
If you want to keep holding, you're welcome to, but you're going to have to be off the community property.
We'll have to pick up...
Wow. So they forced them off the property here.
Campaign.
the private event. Yeah, private event.
Okay, but they haven't booked this, like, playground.
No, but it is part of the property. So we're gonna get you the off the property.
Okay.
We're pretty developed from there, but
Sure.
This is disgraceful. They're forcing journalists off the property. They don't want them asking hard questions. It's a good thing because it shows they are nervous on the defense. Conservatives will capitalize on their weakness and counter, mobilize faster. Then they can get organized. Game on. Next up, we've got multiple different polls here. So we've got this one coming from Chariste. This is what he's showing here. So we're seeing a huge conservative, as usual. 251 seats, no change. -1 for Bloc, +2 Liberal, and -2 NDP. This is what he's modeling on January 17th. If we look at these other polls, we've got this one. This is an Ecos research poll. And as you see here in Atlantic Canada, it shows the Liberals ahead here. Notice the date is January 15th. If we go to the last poll, which you can see here is just 3 days earlier, what's going on here? If we go to the source of that, we can see this here, this huge spike in the Liberals right here, and the Conservatives going down. We can also see this one here. It shows the Conservatives at 39 and the Liberals at 28. This is ridiculous. So the guy who runs the Ecos is Frank Graves, and I will just quote what he has said in the past. You can decide if these numbers are accurate or whether you think these are accurate or not. In a 2022 article, Frank Graves analyzed Poilievre's rise, stating that he is harassing the growing tide of authoritarianism in Canada. Also in 2024 interview, Graves discussed increasing popularity of populism in Canada, noting that Poilievre often frames his party as common sense conservatives, contrasting them with ivory tower elites. So clearly Frank Graves doesn't like Pierre Poilievre. Is that why we're seeing numbers like this that don't really seem to make sense? You can even see here he tweeted, said major narrowing of race in the past 4 days. Significant and massive change. Yeah, I'm thinking this is a cherry-picked data. We can see here this is a deleted tweet from Frank Graves, says a real conservative option is a healthy counterbalance in a healthy democracy. Pierre Poilievre is an acolyte of authoritarian populism. This is never healthy. You are on notice. I'm going to make sure you're not going to lead my country. I don't make idle threats. So is he tinkering with his data to try to hurt Pierre Poilievre? As Karen says here, Ecos is a Liberal proxy. They poll at Liberals' favor. They're trying to shift the tide in the Liberals' favor. That's what it seems like. Who knows? Next up we have Nick Nanos coming on with his data and showing what's going on here in Canada.
According to the latest numbers from Nanos Research, the Conservatives still have a very healthy lead. They are up 3.7% in the last 4 weeks, while the Liberals are down nearly that amount. The NDP has also slipped by just over 2%. Joining me now to dig deeper into these numbers is founder and chief data scientist at Nanos Research, Nick Nanos. Nick, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Great to join you.
So, appreciate those numbers as well, but let's start with the state of the Liberal Party as we have it. Your polling puts them about 27 points behind the Conservatives and dropping. What has history shown us with leadership races and how that could give the party a bit of a bump out of this?
Well, probably what will happen and what we've seen in the past is that when there's a resignation of an unpopular leader of a party, many times those party numbers go up because people go, okay, that leader's gone. Now there'll be someone new. But I think for the Liberals, they're probably going to have to wait until we know who all the candidates are. And this is why Chrystia Freeland's announcement to enter the race will probably be one of the key points where we'll see whether a new trend appears for the Liberals. But right now, they're way behind. They're 27 points back of the Conservatives. Just think, the Liberals were worried when they were 10 points back, 15 points back, 20 points back, 27?
I mean, look at that other poll. It was 11 points, so clearly some funny numbers there.
Big. That's a mucho big advantage.
Yeah, but like they say, the most dangerous lead in hockey is a 3-goal lead, right? And it seems insurmountable, and then, I'm kidding. I'm really kidding about that one. But You had some polling recently, specifically on Chrystia Freeland, though, and how people felt about her after her resignation from cabinet. Could the impression of Ms. Freeland improve even more now?
I think so, and I think a lot of this will have to do with her launch and what she decides to focus on. The big question is, as the former Deputy Prime Minister, as the former Minister of Finance, as a former kind of ranking Liberal that supported Justin Trudeau, how far will she go to distance herself from her former political ally and colleague? And I think that's going to be the big question, because she's been at the table, been an advocate, and has fought hard beside Justin Trudeau over the last number of years. And, right now, his brand is weak, and that's one of the things that's dragging down the Liberal brand writ large. So I think, how far will she distance herself from everything that she's done basically since 2015?
Well, we already got a bit of an indication this week, right, where we had reporting that she has already said she would likely walk away or very much scrap the consumer carbon tax. How much do you think that will be a factor, not only with the field of candidates and where they will sort of sit on that, but going into an election? Is that going to be the ballot box question against Pierre Poilievre as he wants it, especially when you consider where the leadership is going?
Well,
Scrapping the carbon tax, they think Canadians are stupid. We're not going to, we completely forgot you guys put that on us and destroyed our economy. Yeah, you guys scrapped it, great, we'll vote for you now. Come on, Chrystia Freeland, she's been Justin Trudeau's number 2 the entire time. She can't distance herself from Trudeau, it's impossible. She was there the entire time. She never pushed back against him once. She was always there supporting him all the way, 8 out of 10, all that bull crap. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. It's not happening. She's going down with the ship, whether she likes it or not. Maybe she gets a little bump from some of the Liberals who come back because they despise Trudeau. It's not going to happen. Maybe she wins the leadership race. It won't matter. I don't think she's going to win that race. I think Carney's going to take it because he's Mr. Banker, and we're going to have some dark days here in Canada until we get an actual election.
I think this is an exercise in damage control for the Liberals. The carbon tax has been unpopular. Canadians are worried about the rising cost of living, and for some people, and in some cases, this is a contributor because it contributes to food, being shipped around. But, the thing is that for average Canadians, why don't we just say they're not stupid? They hear politicians reverse themselves, and they know that it's just part of a survival strategy. So, for the Liberals, they might, the contenders might reverse themselves on the carbon tax, but, for her, she actually has to explain how she can go from being 100% behind a carbon tax and being at the table and being the advocate for the carbon tax to reversing herself. And, the same applies to Mark Carney, because we have to be fair. He's been supportive of a carbon tax. Yeah. He's been a leader on kind of environmental issues. And, he's also kind of backpedaling on stuff like that.
Yeah. He's not just a supporter of the carbon tax. He has been the kingpin. He is king carbon tax in the world. He's the guy who's pushing it the most. He was the backbone, the framework for Greta Thunberg and her whole movement pushing forward. He was the guy behind it. He's not just some little carbon tax guy. He is the carbon tax guy.
Yeah, and I imagine the polling that you've either started or tried to start on potential contenders and where they would fare really differs based on day to day, because somebody drops out seemingly every day and somebody else puts their name in there. But are we really going to see the emergence here of a 2-horse race? And we know that Karina Gould, the Liberal House leader, is going to announce this weekend. But do you think this really is Carney versus Freeland?
I think so, based on the speculation right now. And you know what? A 2-person race is probably good for the Liberals, because it'll focus things. If you remember, Michael, some of those massive leadership contests where they have like 12, 15 people on the stage, that it doesn't allow for the same type of clarity. And Canadians like a horse race, and I think for the 2 frontrunners, Freeland and Carney, it will be good for both of them to have a main contender to put pressure on each other, so that we can see who can, who will get the advantage.
This isn't a horse race. This is basically 2 criminals running. Which one can run further and faster? And Karina Gould, is she serious? She's not looked at the polling. Let her come out and say she's going to run. It's just going to be more humiliation. That's what she needs. She's just as egotistical as Trudeau.
Do you think in the end this will come down to what Canadians will look at this as, what they want as the Liberal leader, but then going forward as a Prime Minister is who is best placed to take on Donald Trump because of where we are in this environment right now?
I think the 2 things that Canadians are going to look at is how far will the winner of the Liberal leadership race distance themselves from the previous government? Is it really a break from the past? And then the second question, which also applies to Pierre Poilievre, who might be best to help Canada navigate a Trump administration and to deal with Donald Trump?
Because we've seen Chrystia Freeland, she, in one of her HQ sites, has the Donald Trump post about her and her resignation, and kind of saying it's almost evocative of Kamala Harris and her sort of brat logo, that type of thing. Do you think that is something that she's going to try and leverage?
I think so. And the thing is that Chrystia Freeland is an intelligent person that's very scrappy. She was scrappy with the first Trump administration, and it actually paid dividends for Canada. Mark Carney, different kind of beast, as an economist and so forth. So
Mark Carney, he's got his credentials, Bank of Canada, all etc. His speech though was weak. Came out weak, no energy, blocking journalists who would ask tough questions. It's disgraceful. And having, as you saw, the cops come in and force them out, force them off the property. You got Mark Carney, Mr. Rolls Royce. He's not a man of the people. This guy wants to be prime minister. He's never won anything. A man who's never been elected. I believe he'll be the first prime minister ever who's never won anything and just became prime minister. Didn't win a riding, didn't win anything. No elections. Just anointed, appointed.
Two completely different styles, probably, of dealing with the Trump administration, and two different approaches.
Yeah, I'm going to set up a really interesting leadership race. I have a feeling you're going to be in pretty often.
Scrap the carbon tax and they'll replace it with a home equity tax. Sneaky, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They all work for Davos, cool. What's interesting too is Mark Carney is the godfather to Chrystia Freeland's son. So are they going to get into a scrappy battle, or are they going to keep things nice? It's very interesting, the dynamic there. Speaking of Mark Carney's Rolls Royce, we got this one. Comparison to Jagmeet Singh and his Maserati. These guys are all the same. Speaking of which, Jagmeet Singh getting no attention, just keeps running his mouth on social media. So it says here, why Trump-loving billionaires like Elon Musk backing Poilievre? He's just keeping with this billionaire bootlicking thing. Has he not checked the polling numbers? He's gone down 2 points. It's not working, Jagmeet.
So get this. Elon Musk endorsed Pierre Poilievre, which is not surprising because Elon Musk knows Pierre Poilievre's in it for billionaires, he's going to make him richer. But what makes it even more offensive is that Elon Musk is a part of Donald Trump's administration. These are the guys that are threatening to take over our country, to make us the 51st state of the United States.
You think Elon Musk is going to support annexing of Canada?
That's horrible. And so you'd think, what would Pierre Poilievre say to that? Probably say, no, I reject that endorsement. Wrong. He said in response to the question, do you accept this endorsement? Oh, Elon Musk is a great guy. He complimented a guy that's a part of an administration that wants to take over our country.
Pierre Poilievre said he hopes Elon Musk comes to Canada and brings investment money with him and builds cars in Canada. That is what he said. Jagmeet likes to lie. It's all he does.
We don't need another government or another prime minister that wants to make billionaires richer. We need a government that's going to fight for the working class. That's what I promise to do.
We need elected leaders who actually don't lie. I bet you're making a backroom deal with Carney. You're that type of guy. I don't put it past him. He'll be locking in his pension here.
You don't have to struggle in the background. Get help with mental health and substance use. If you're thinking about suicide, call or text 988.
Cadbury Dairy Milk. Thick chunks of creamy chocolate that taste even better when shared.
Let's see if that cat can actually hit. Oh, hell yes! No more joking around. That champion came into the game to just show who is boss, who is the best. But also, this cat is smacking the shit out of your enemies.
I'm not leaving here until I see Uncle Jamal. Get Uncle Jamal. No! I'm staying here. No.
Yo, hey, what's up guys? My name is Bronco and today we're gonna talk about the cat. You know, Alice the Wonderland came into Raid Shadow Legends, but I awkwardly don't know how to pronounce his name, so I will just call him Cat. But also, I mixed up a little bit in today's video. I was editing a little bit more, and what I would like you guys to do is let me know in the comments. Is it better than before? press that like button. Those are the only means I can actually see that you guys enjoy what I do on the channel. But let's go back to the main topic, about the cat. It was one of those champions that I had the most fun in a long while, and I'm gonna just show you quickly, for example, why. But now, let's talk about why I think he is so great. First of all, he gives himself increased attack, and he's based about attack and speed. Speed is one of the most necessary things these days. For example, like Chimera, you also saw the damage. The multipliers are there. But he gives himself a perfect veil on that skill, and also his A1 gives him perfect veil that will transform his A1 into an AoE. And I'm telling you right now, he's probably one of the best damage dealers in an AoE A1 fashion. And also he can increase his speed by 10% right here. And also, before he's getting killed, he gets a block damage and a perfect veil before, like, he can just deny a fatal hit, and it is amazingly good. So, for Arena, he could be used. I don't have any content, test server was a little bit hard, but we will check out Hydra. We are getting ready to blast the shit out of our enemies, getting everything up. We have 4 heads right there. And the damage is just insane. 16 million damage for just an A run in Hydra. And by the way, this is nightmare. And also you can just send him over there. His A1 is so great that he will just do the greatness. To be honest, he does so much damage. They will die over and over and over. Isn't that what we actually want? Just to go there and smack them out of living. But also, we will take a look when we actually finished it. My run didn't actually go all the way to the end. I got kind of RNG'd, you know how it is. And yeah, it's just how it is, but he did amazingly good, I'm telling you right now. He did 340 million just by using his A1 over and over and over again. It is one of the top damage leaders, no doubt. You basically, if you have him, congratulations, it is a nice one. But also, I got another clip for you. It's about Spider. And of course, you wanna know how did I build my cat? I'm gonna show you right now, because obviously I just didn't use bad gear. You need some good gear to actually do what I did right now, but we wanna know, is it worth it to get for a 6-star? Put him in your wish list for your summons and all that. So what did I actually do? Of course, I used lethal gear. Lethal gear, of course, because of ignore defense, it's obviously. But maybe merciless would be better because you ignore more defense. And I'm on the test server right now, so I cannot just go over there, use the optimizer, get the best gear what I have for this guy. So it's a little bit hard for me, but that's what I used right there, and you saw the thing. Maybe he can be a little better. But also, I used a relic for him that is not fully upgraded right here. but it seemed to be so perfect for him. Every time a guy has, like the wearer has perfect veil, you will get more damage while your teammates take a turn when you have perfect veil. And yes, he's like a god of perfect veil. He does it almost in every skill of his, and his other skill is actually not hitting so hard, so I wouldn't recommend to turn it on basically. Get your passive rocking right here. Let me show you quickly what I mean. Like this skill right there. It doesn't give you perfect ray if you don't kill anything, but basically everything gives you perfect ray. So this one is basically made for him. For a ninja, for example, he gives himself perfect ray, and it's a nice little damage boost right there. And also, I was fortunate to get a crushing
Should be
red
an
on.
event soon for the cat, I'm assuming, at some point. Quality's garbage, huh? I don't know why. Why is my internet so shitty? Defeat. I didn't go too far.
On a 6-star. I got a 5-star from Clarion, but then in the market he popped up again and I sold basically all my mythic builds. It's just a test server. I don't need anything. So I got this one, and maybe you guys, I'm kind of interested myself. Like, do you want to see a video about Crushing Rent and like Heaven Cast, Nature's Wrath? I will just test them out and we'll see what does more damage. Like, do you want to know that? Let me know in the comments. I will basically...
Sorrento. Its bold new look is great in any color. It's turbocharged for ample power when you need it. The bold new Sorrento. What are you waiting for?
Here, movement that inspires.
A frankly shocking morning here at the Ottawa courthouse as day 2 of the sentencing hearing of convoy leader Pat King underway, with the Crown finally putting it on the record that they are asking for 10 years. And get this, the Crown said that that was a restrained, on their behalf, but significant request. They said they calculated 14 years, but they could have given 26 with all the charges together. It's absolutely mind-blowing what's happening right now in those walls. It's hard to believe. And the arguments being made are bad. The judge is frequently saying, the judge came up quite early into the Crown spiel this morning and said, I don't see how this is a maximum sentence scenario. And the Crown went on and on and on and on. And when you thought they'd done, back again, circling more than I do in my videos. Over and over again, it was actually, they described, of course, back to trial issues, the sound of horns, the pollution, and all this other stuff. But they tried to bring up case law. They said, well, when you look at it, it's not about parity. The Supreme Court in such and such decision said parity is a lesser consideration. The main is the gravity of the offense, the seriousness of the offense, and the seriousness of the offender. In that context, those are the priorities that should be considered for sentencing. Then there's the issue of the denunciation,
the systems allowed itself to sue people and put fingers on the criminal,
future people thinking they could do that. I talked about this a little bit in my video. a short time ago about how I was worried about the Trump Convoy 6.0 could cause this, and that was part of the argument again today. But the main was the denunciation that it's not acceptable in our society.
If you were
but the way that the Crown phrased this,
organization,
frankly,
no big deal.
This is my opinion. Throw me in jail for it. Was an attack
Oh,
on the
but
justice.
if you're the population
I feel like this was so
together
far out of line as to be unacceptable.
and to fight back,
we're talking about what is the limit of what's acceptable in society.
Get paid, make a difference somewhere.
Look at this case, can't look at that case.
We're gonna spend millions and millions of dollars
saying, look at this offender
just to show you the strength.
Look at what they got. But now we're at the sentencing stage. We look at people like Marco Van Hugenbos in Alberta, sentenced to 4 months for mischief, and now the Crown doesn't want to touch that with a 6,000-foot pole. And we talk about a case, the Crown brings up a case of a pig farm protest with 50 protesters that lasted 2 hours and it took 6 hours to arrest everyone. And in that case, the person was given 30 days jail, but there might have been some disagreement about that. Apparently it was before conditional sentences were, this case was before
we
conditional
have the right to protest. No, you don't. It's in the Constitution. It doesn't matter.
To appeal, the appeal was granted, and they were given, I think, 120 days conditional sentence in the community. But the Crown says that this particular case in the Ottawa Freedom Convoy, occupation, 100 times over. So every other word, but just the arguments themselves are what's so insidious here and so mind-breaking. And certainly the judge is not on side with all this. Basically, like I said, came out flat out said, I don't see how this is a maximum scenario because we have the moral culpability. How does this do that? And the Crown seems to have no problem comparing things when it's in favor to them, but when it's not in favor to them, don't do that, right? So the Crown's saying, oh, there's no precedence for this case. This case is 1,000 times worse than the pig farm protest, where the protesters got 30 days sentence or whatever. 1,000 times more in this case, it's 10 years. Again, a significant but restrained request from the gracious Crown. I'm honestly, this is my opinion. This is still a democracy. Okay, thank you, whoever's watching this, all you, whoever you are. This is still a democracy. I'm allowed to express that. I believe this is an attack on the justice system. I believe that's how far this went today in there, as to be an attack on the system of justice, to present this case in this way, to ask for this maximum sentence, to not allow the comparison. So the judge is basically like at one point, so you're asking me not to compare the other convoy cases now, because this is a leader, you say it's unprecedented, there's no comparison, there's no parallel, there's no parity, and also because of the principle of the Supreme Court saying the significance of the offense and the offender as above parity and considerations. And he's like, no, it doesn't work like that. He's like, well, I'm going to consider everything. And he's like, oh, well, Marco Van Hugenbos, the Crown says, was not a leader. The court said they couldn't prove he was a leader. Here we have King's a leader. But then again, trying to time into all this, the community victim impact statement the Crown tendered yesterday the witness tendered from the Crown, saying that there was these, they were afraid, they felt like hostages in the building, there was honking, there was someone who suffered a mental health crisis, had to go to the hospital, all this stuff, trying to connect that to King, that's okay, but it just never ends. And the Crown's saying that the lack of an aggravating factor is not a mitigating factor, so somehow that means send him to jail for 10 years. It doesn't make sense, folks. None of this makes sense. When you look at it, and I took extensive notes in there trying to transcribe this. It was moving fast. At times it was heated, but respectful. But I find it to be an affront to justice. I find it an affront to our democracy. Basically, the Crown is saying that there needs to be a message sent here that people don't decide in the future to come and protest in Ottawa and to come have a convoy and try to change the democratically elected government. That's exactly the policy. That's exactly the purpose of a protest. As the judge pointed out, you can have a protest that gets out of control. As he said, he made findings here. That's where we are. But to say that it's serious, but to say it's at the maximum 10 years, and then the Crown goes on and says, well. The courts have said that the appeals courts have said, and the Supreme Court said, when you look at the seriousness of an offense, the way to judge the seriousness of an offense is to look at the maximum mischief. 10 years, sexual assault, 10 years, assault causing bodily harm, 10 years. Frankly, and then the judge would say things like, well, to King's credit, every time he would come on a broadcast, he would say, remain peaceful, don't do violence. And then the Crown would come back and say, the absence of violence does not make it peaceful. Okay, she's like, certainly not being able to get a restful night's sleep is described as something that's not peaceful. So therefore, send him to 10 years. The Crown couldn't even take one person. All right, let me put it to you this way, folks, and this is a matter of the facts that have been found. The Crown couldn't take one person and say, Mr. King's words and actions led to this person doing that crime. That's why he was charged and convicted of counseling mischief not committed. Counseling obstruct not committed. Counseling disobey court order not committed. Because the Crown couldn't say one person did what they did because of what King said, or him going on social media. This is an attack on our system of justice here in this country. It is ridiculous, folks, and it is making my brain is hurting from the arguments being made in there and the jumps and the leaps in logic. The defense captured it quite well. When she finally had her turn to come up right before lunch, and she come up and she said, 80% of what you just heard is, if you were to follow it, would be an error in law and appealable, and it's rhetoric. And then she brought up the case. She used a bit of rhetoric herself, and she said, this morning, the former, I forget his name, Nowishki, the former opposition leader in Russia, is serving 19 years in jail right now. His lawyers, today, were convicted of 3 years. He's like, this is Canada. This is not Russia. The fact that Mr. King you want him to get 10 years, saying to my friend wants him to get 10 years, is chilling. Is chilling. This is Canada. This would make him a political prisoner if he did get 10 years. Guys, we're looking at people who harm people in grievous ways. Direct victims. Everything all right there, Chris?
Yeah.
Direct victims. And they get slaps on the wrist. They get a year or two, and the Crown has the tenacity to say this needs to be 10 years. They're saying, the finding of fact, $30 million with city. But again, the Crown can't find a single person who can actually concretely, they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt, acted on Mr. King's words, throw him in jail for 10 years. It is ridiculous. This case was tried on the basis of Mr. King's social media posts and him saying stuff. And the judge even alluded to that a little bit, saying, well, we're watching King, we're seeing his statements. The Crown brought up the fact that Tamara Leach wanted to move trucks out, and Pat apparently said, don't do that, we would never do that, don't move out of the residential areas. And then the judge pointed out that at the end of that, he said, well, also, let's leave town and regroup or something, and nobody did it. So he's speaking to an audience. It's a big audience. We don't know who they are, is what the judge says. And then we took from that, we got a conviction of counseling an offense not committed multiple times, and then, of course, his direct conviction of mischief. So that's where we are at with this. But the arguments themselves are just so contradictory and hypocritical. It's okay for the Crown to bring up all these different offenders during the course of the trial, but when it comes to sentencing, because maybe they got house arrest, maybe they got, I can't think of anyone in Ottawa who got jail so far. The only person I can think of is Jay Vanderweer, who got 45 days of house arrest and 45 days of curfew so far. To my knowledge, I think that's the most severe punishment that's been doled out. He had a truck right at Metcalfe and Wellington. So now the Crown's looking at this and they're saying, no. Don't look at the sentence. We used this all in the trial, mischief, blah, blah, blah. Don't look at that. Now we're going to impose a severe sentence because mischief has a maximum sentence of 10 years, and you're not supposed to look at parity, and you have you're supposed to look at the severity of the offense and the severity of the offender, and blah, 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 give him 10 years. And the judge, again, like I keep saying, hasn't really he said it directly in the court, the judge. He said, I'm not convinced that this is the highest end of moral culpability. He's like, well, what did he intend to do, the Crown said? He intended to come to the Ottawa to start the occupation. Then there was a rift with the leadership at some point in Ottawa, but it doesn't matter. He intended millions of trucks. He snuck trucks up on camp, do this, do that. Still, it's ridiculous. Then they talk about, the Crown's like, well, don't compare different elements of the offense. When the Crown's language in the sentencing hearing this morning sounded to me like intimidation, like the words from intimidation. They basically kept saying, he was convicted of mischief and disobeyed court order, and counsel obstruct police not committed. I believe those are the breadth of the convictions. There's 5 in total, but that's the breadth of the conviction type. All of the intimidation charges he was acquitted of. Yet in the Crown's language this morning, what am I hearing? I am hearing the sounds, which basically sounds like a copy and paste from the criminal code on intimidation. They came to Ottawa to harass the citizens, to make the political change, to threaten and force the political change. That's a crime he wasn't convicted. He was acquitted of that, of intimidation. So you're going to take the mischief, the lawful interference with the lawful use of enjoyment of property, you're going to stretch it to intimidation, you're going to stretch it to sedition, because elements of where you started, the Crown talked on and on and on about attacking the democratically elected government. He wasn't charged with sedition. He certainly wasn't convicted of it. You can't bring it up now. You can't put it in your language and turn mischief into something it's not. Well, saying that you can't compare X to Y, apples to oranges.
We tried everything we can in the legal way to get rid of the government that we're not satisfied with.
Let's get real here. Let's get real.
And we just
this is
can't.
out of control. Now, thankfully, the Crown
And
is
they're
done.
still
And like I said, those arguments, you got to go and read my Twitter thread, guys, at Reichland. Go and read through
How
the
far is it going to go? Are we even going to be able to get an election?
This is done.
And to get rid of those
now the
liberals,
defense gets to make their submissions.
dictatorship,
Then the Crown piped up at the end there, written
nonsense.
and we'll try to keep our response to anything the defense says to 10 minutes.
But now they're just going to want to turn the page and go
But it's to run out the clock.
look the other way.
It's just insufferable.
You want to make sure
Attack on
all this is
democracy to come and
forgotten.
protest? Come
Like
on.
you can't
To
see,
try and
it's
affect
hard
change?
to
Oh, come
find
carry a sign as when you said it.
any kind of news about it
So ask, what
or
about
updates.
the people, the unvaccinated Canadians in our country who were
There's
tortured by
none
our
of this
government
stuff
for
in
not taking the shot? What would have
regular
happened to me
news.
if I had done that and I had suffered a moral injury or a serious life-altering injury like so many documented people have and have been neglected? They're fighting for compensation, for support. They're in a wheelchair. They don't have no support. Who would have been there for me? Not you, certainly. Who's responsible for that? Who's responsible for crushing our businesses, our families, our friendships, our social fabric in this country? Who's responsible for that? You want Mr. King to go to jail for 10 years? How much is Justin going to get? 2,000? That's what he deserves. 2,000 years. You want to go by that? You say that the protest here in Ottawa is 1,000 times worse than the Big Farm protest? What the government of Canada did to us was 10,000 times worse than whatever the fuck happened in Ottawa. So when are these people getting on trial? Like the Crown talked about, oh, the police and the city aren't responsible, the private citizens, they had to do this. And the judge was like, well, you know what? Nobody tried to get a contempt order from court. Nobody tried to do this, nobody tried to do that. And the Crown's like, well, the city and the Crown and the Ottawa police are not on trial. When are there going to be trials for real accountability in this country? We get Pat King loud and boisterous. These decisions that were made against the citizens of Canada were made without a scientific background, and they were made of a pseudo-religious belief, and people were persecuted and subjugated and separated because of it, and it did irreparable, immeasurable harm. Not sleepless nights for 2 or 3 weeks, but lost lives, untold physical and health damages, missed screenings for routine medical issues that cause the loss of life that we cannot calculate properly. Who's accountable for that? I cannot believe this. It's okay for them to compare to Coots. It's okay for them to bring up discharge. It's okay for them to stitch language from other offenses that were acquitted or not laid into mischief to try to make it something it's not. But don't look at what Marco Van Hugenbos got. Don't look at what whatever got. Give him 10 years. That's a restrained and severe time. But we calculated 14, and he could have got 26. So it's reasonable. It's reasonable, folks. Watch the thread. Thank you for watching. And from Ottawa, I'm Right Glenn. Who's behind the camera?
JC here.
It's finally here. All the arguments are said and done. Pat King will face his sentencing on February 7th in the morning. The justice has heard all the arguments from all the sides, and he will deliver his verdict into the fate of Pat King and what punishment he will get for his 5 convictions. I spoke extensively over the lunch video about what happened and what the Crown was arguing, and that basically covered the most ridiculous portions of the day. But however, I also want to mention a comparison that the Crown made. They were comparing convoy activities to pro-Palestinian protesters occupying Jewish neighborhoods in Toronto, or one particular pro-Palestinian protester who brought gasoline to the 4th floor of a hospital. And this comparison, again, was made in circles several times. And at one point, the judge said, what does convoy have to do with people targeting an ethnic neighborhood? There may have been examples of something, but that's not what the convoy was doing. They were there to argue against mandates and against government policy. They weren't there to target ethnic groups. That's not what's happening at convoy. That is comparing apples to oranges. As the Crown liked to say earlier today, comparing this case to that case, comparing Coots to Ottawa, apples and oranges. Well, the judge turned it back around and said, well, that's comparing apples and oranges by comparison pro-Palestinian protesters going to an ethnically Jewish neighborhood versus people coming to Ottawa to express their discontent with the government and disagreement. Now, the judge said a lot of things like, okay, this is a protest that got out of control. The Crown this was an occupation intended to harm citizens of Ottawa from the beginning. I don't think a lot of the Crown's, or even most of the Crown's arguments landed. Now, the Crown did make comments about if this ends up in appellate court, so forward, so such. And the thing about that is it would have to go to the Ontario Court of Appeal, as this is being tried in the Ontario Superior Court of Justice. So the next court up would be the Ontario Court of Appeal. That's where we're at with this. I don't know if it is going to go there. I don't anticipate a 10-year sentence. The judge basically said as much, that he can't see how the Crown is trying, because I explained in my earlier video how the Crown got to the maximum. And the Crown was basically saying a lack of an aggravating factor isn't a mitigating factor. You got to look at the severity of the case and the severity of the offender, and you don't need the worst offender and the worst offense to get the maximum and all this and all that. I don't think they landed. They really didn't. Their comparisons didn't make sense. they didn't understand some of the basic fundamental arguments the defense was making. At one point, when the Crown had their reply to the defense's arguments that happened from after the lunch break to just about an hour before we break, it was a late day to get, it was 5 p.m. because Pat King actually spoke, and I'll summarize a bit of that. But before that point, when the Crown was in reply, they were arguing about a misunderstanding. They thought that the defense had said Pat King is an amputee, so he shouldn't get a harsher sentence. But what they really actually said, and the judge eventually did correct them, is his understanding was the defense was saying, if Pat King gets a conditional sentence, please don't give him an electronic monitoring device because it's difficult. He only has one leg, and it's hard to balance that with that. So, and then the judge clarified, if I do impose a conditional sentence, I make the conditions of that so I can choose whether or not to have that monitoring device on. And the Crown's like, oh, I'm sorry, we thought, they were arguing about not getting a harsher penalty because he's got a disability when he could get care in penitentiary. And the Crown maintained the position that if Mr. King was not to receive the most severe possible penitentiary sentence, it would set basically a stamp of approval for anyone to come to Ottawa and to do that. And then he brought up again the pro-Palestinians, the gasoline on the 4th floor of the hospital, again, never happened during convoy. Nobody tried to burn anything down in convoy, as much as some in the fake news said they did. That never happened. Or the other instances of targeting ethnically Jewish neighborhoods, that never happened in convoy. Very different, as the judge said and pointed out, that would be illegal under multiple steps in the criminal code, as opposed to this. And then the defense was good. The defense made all the same points, but mostly the Crown made the points for them. When they were arguing this morning with their illogical, contradictory, hypocritical arguments that didn't make any sense, they made the point for this. They were trying to take bits and pieces of different things that Mr. King was not charged nor convicted of. For example, not charged with sedition, taking bits of that, like attacking the democratic process, going from a mischief conviction to attacking the democratic process. They never laid a charge of sedition, never mind even convicting him of that. And then they borrow language from intimidation and put that to this, even though he was acquitted of intimidation, and saying, lack of violence isn't a peace, not being able to sleep well is not peaceful. And it went on and on. So the defense basically just tied a bow. I think Miss Calvino did fantastic. She did really well. Guys, I know I'm a bit tired right now. This has been a long process to produce these videos and cover these notes, so thank you very much. If you've appreciated the coverage, please consider supporting my work by sending an Interact e-transfer to realrightblend@gmail.com. That address again is real, like the real. This is real life. Rightblend, realrightblend@gmail.com. Any support's appreciated. The likes, the comments, the shares. This has been the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life, covering these trials, but also I think the most important thing I've ever done. And I couldn't have done it without the help of Chris Dacey. He's helped me bounce ideas off of him. He's a steadfast stickman, holding the camera steady all the way through, putting up with this. We're in the freezing cold right now. It's late. We want to go home. We're tired.
Can we respawn in Rome, please? Yes! I've got only 3 people here. Open the gate and take in refugees. Now I've got more people! Huh? They must have eaten something that went bad. Gotta build toilets for them. The cheap basic ones will do. Now my favor is up. Gotta build some more. Wastewater overflow? Discharging it into the river nearby. Why not? Let's do it!
Happy Saturday, everybody. Welcome to another episode of China Update, where I provide you with the most up-to-date political, economic, and geostrategic analysis on the world's #2 economy. My name is Tony. Let's jump in. Now, we have a big video today, a lot of material to move through, and it's likely we will have another extra episode tomorrow on Sunday. Yesterday, Beijing published its official data for December, and by extension, all of 2024. Today, we will be unpacking these numbers and examining the devils in the details. Now, at this point, as we will see, there is little trust in the official numbers, and we will discuss how things are likely much worse than the headline growth figures would suggest. First, it is important that we note the official numbers. China's economy officially grew 5% in 2024, fueled by a late-year policy blitz and an export boom. Gross domestic product surged, officially at least, 5.4% year-on-year in the fourth quarter, marking the fastest pace in 6 quarters and aligning with General Secretary Xi Jinping's New Year forecast. Now, even if these numbers were accurate, despite the strong finish, deeper economic concerns remain. Consumption growth lagged behind pre-pandemic levels, with retail sales growing at 3.5% last year. Property investment saw its steepest contraction on record, and deflation persisted for a second consecutive year. Adjusted for falling prices, nominal GDP grew only 4.2%, the slowest rate since the Mao era in the late 1970s, excluding the pandemic period. And this is assuming the numbers are accurate. Indeed, deflation is especially concerning. Producer prices have been in negative territory for more than 2 years, and consumer prices managed growth of just
Give me a 6-star. Give me some things. 5-star. 2%. But defense and attack, I mean, it's pretty, doesn't go together. Still need 2, and ding ding, that's done. But this will be get stuck on that one. It's 4 days to go. I don't want people wondering where the hell should wait in the last minute. Your team will hopefully get better. I got a defeat. Well, that's a first. I'm farming dragon. I beat it 20 times already. Now I got a defeat. Just like a finger, yeah. This game just likes to do that. Silver today, garbage. Yeah. Then what else? Book, pretty much garbage. I'm not running any rare, really. That one. This one. I do own these. I already did all my training. I was up at 5 this morning. So I've been at this for about almost 4 hours. so a little bit more. I gotta reach 42. Get some soul going. Like, it's important actually. You get lucky, you pull a soul, like boom, so much stronger. And it changes your reward stuff too. I will have 2 hours. Which I'll be able to put in the faction guardians, which will give me extra HP, I believe. She's decent. Her revive is quick. And it gives full health, so full HP turn. No. Full HP turn with a shield. Like I was closer than that earlier. Now I'm down to 40 points. I was short like 19 points earlier. Probably could beat this team. 30-minute a fight this gross. Oh, I did get a 1 more point. Yeah, all I need like 3 more, 4 more win and oh crap. 12 points. Cold day today. First cold day in a long time. I need more silver. I need more everything. I'm assuming all the quests is done. Can't do this. Can't do that. It's really shitty. This should be like, you should have like 12, and then you have to do 10 out of 12, right? There's some stuff you just can't do. Not that you don't want to, you just can't do. These should be bonus that you make you want to play the game, not can play the game. You know what I mean? Oh, hi. Cicada? What the fuck? Oh, 9 o'clock. Feed the dog. What's your fat Dory? Poop again. Dang it. Coffee again? Another coffee? Sleep? Saturday, people had played last night late. I went to bed and my friend played. Yeah. Sort of got to kick that in. Oh, he did use one. Video. Oh. Not this, but this. Equip 3 champions with 3 4-star or higher artifact set. Equip 3 champions with 3. But you have to have like a triple set here. And they have to be more than 4-star. That's the thing. It says I have one. Can't be that guy. This guy has one. Weird. Maybe I did it and then changed it. I'll grind my dragon on my main. Gotta make sure I get the fusion done. Also gotta do it on the girlfriend account, which I should pay attention to. I'm gonna have to go use the bathroom again. Oh my god. was something. Alright, gonna take a break from this. Gonna go do the other account quickly. Be back later.